into beautiful Milford, Michigan for round 1 of Discraft's Great Lakes Open, presented by Garrett J. Berberg Company. Playing the toboggan is a lot like wrestling a gorilla. You don't get to stop when you're tired, you stop when the gorilla is. Who outlasts King Kong? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Brian, let's watch some disc golf. Taking a look at your can at current conditions. Humidity, not too bad. Temperature is up from the morning, though. And welcome to the booth in Milford. I'm Ian Anderson. Brian Earhart over there. We're back at the toboggan. Kind of a historic track on tour, Brian.
I love it. And I think a lot of these guys have played here at the U.S. Amateur National Championships. They have so many memories, being bright-eyed, star-seeking players trying to become something. And that's the tournament for a long time that you could do it at. And a lot of times for young players, it's their first taste of that really legitimate disc golf experience. You come from your hometown, your home state, your home league, and you come and you step up to the tee of hole 1 and you see something that you've never seen before. And it's always a treat to come play disc golf here because so many of the shots showcase what is so beautiful about throwing a disc.
Yeah, it's always an absolute treat to watch the toboggan, and I think we're going to show some of the history we've had over here. Like, I think 5-10 people, something like that, have won a national out here.
It's kind of a rite of passage. I mean, this was the guy that was the thing legends were made of out here. Dave Wiggins has dominated out here at the toboggan. Really wish we could see him back out here at some point. David, if you're watching, we miss you, buddy. Ricky Wysocki, yes.
Let's go.
Back when he was a young spin putter, forehand dominant.
And Callaway, right?
Ben Callaway has won this as an amateur and a professional. He won the 2015 D-Glow and the 2011 USDGC, and that year he signed with Discraft, and here he is, 2024, still playing for Discraft, now as a professional.
And Kyle Klein, 2019.
Man, when I first started seeing this kid throw, I just knew he was going to be something special. I mean, just the way the disc came out of his hand, his intelligence with shot shaping, it was so impressive to watch him play. It's so exciting to see him here now.
Whenever he's healthy, he's relevant.
Every time.
And Robert Burridge.
And he went to school just down the road in Ann Arbor, played Ultimate at Magnum at University of Michigan. And now here he is, transitioned fully to the sport of disc golf.
And there's a look at the year 1 and their current tour standings. Like we have 6 guys up there right now.
I mean, and these are almost entirely guys that are within the realm of playing in the Tour Championship, which now is exceptionally prestigious. I mean, a lot of talent right here.
Yeah, you look, just Colton's the only one outside right now.
It takes a certain type of talent to win out here at the toboggan. I don't care what layout you're playing. I don't care if you're an amateur. I don't care if you're professional. You have to bring it every single round if you want to stay in the hunt out here.
It is a true pro championship caliber course.
100%.
We're going to take a look at your Pro Tour points bubble for getting into that Pro Tour Championships. Makala on the bubble.
If you go deeper than Eagle McMahon, you'll see an alarming number of players who are here each and every weekend who are phenomenal athletes and phenomenal disc golfers, but it's not enough anymore. It's not enough to just show up to every tour event. That's a standard now. You have to show up and take points over other people. I mean, Ben Callaway has been on camera multiple times this year, and here he is still fighting to make that Tour Championship, and I know it's a huge goal of his.
We're all out of milk on tour, Brian. It's just cream left at this point.
It's just cream left.
Yep. And the playoffs are coming up. This is our last regular season event, GMC MVP at Maple Hill. And your championships, just 3 incredible courses, Brian.
I mean, 4 if you include,
GMC.
Brewster Ridge,
yeah,
Fox Run, Maple Hill, Nevin. Come on. This is what disc golf dreams are made of, Ian.
Yep, this is the choice part of the season. It really is. You love it. Ben Callaway arriving on scene. He'll be teeing off on the other side of this break. Can he repeat at the D-Glow? It's been a while. We'll wish him the best. We'll be right back.
TeamDiscraft.com, your ultimate destination for exclusive player-inspired releases, collaborations, and collections. Discover limited edition discs, apparel, and accessories you won't find anywhere else. TeamDiscraft.com brings you the gear you need for the ultimate fan shopping experience. Don't miss out on these one-of-a-kind items. Shop today and rep your favorite team.
A Zuka cart lets you sit down on the course, anywhere you want. But maybe not here. Or here. Honestly, you shouldn't sit here either. You want to sit there? How are you gonna even? Nope. Nope. Nuh-uh. Look, we appreciate your ambition, but no. Now you got it. Take it easy on the course with Zuka.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
Discraft's Great Lakes Open is presented by Garrett J. Verberg Company, Candy and Confections. Taste the memories. Welcome back to our D-Glow coverage, and if you are watching on YouTube today, consider giving us a subscribe over on the Disc Golf Network. Get the rest of this tournament as well as some absolute gems coming up, Brian.
Like we said earlier, I mean, this is what disc golf dreams are made of. Not only do we have GMC MVP and the Tour Championship coming up on some beautiful courses, we have a historic course with USDGC and the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship over at Winthrop. I mean, this is my favorite part of the tour every single time that we come through here.
Man, headed up to GMC for fall. Those colors going to be turning, Brian. Oh, Vermont, man.
Get me excited. I cannot wait to make the trip.
It is the best. Speaking of excited, Chris Dickerson should be, although he's pretty good at keeping it level.
This is where you got to score. I mean, there's a lot of good scoreable holes on this front nine.
So this is to start 6 for 6. Oh boy.
Well, Ian, if he can clean up the short game this week, he has no problem taking this tournament down. I mean, he's been dominant in those big tee to green statistics, but then the short game, scramble, circle one, circle two putting, he's really lacked this year. And if Dickerson can keep this up, oh my goodness.
It looks like we are flying up a ones fairway for our second feature card.
This is a 310 tee time. And teeing off first, he's a two-time D-Glow champion from Boulder, Colorado, Eagle McMahon.
Eagle has not finished outside the top 2 at any D-Glow he's played.
Solid.
Coming off third place at Worlds, this is what Eagle McMahon fans have been waiting for.
Side on for Eagle off one's tee. Circle one. Well, right outside.
From Kuopio, Finland, Nicholas Antala.
After coming so close at Worlds, Brian, let's check out the bounce back here. Heartbreak on that green,
I
Brian.
mean, that's
Ugh.
those tough moments that make athletes who they are, and Niklas had to have taken that moment, reflected, and become better from it. Needs to leave your sight pretty early.
And he's the 2015 Discraft Great Lakes Open champion from Davenport, Iowa, Ben Calloway.
14th season as a player for Discraft. It started right here.
Nice little Flight Factory shot here on this Callaway drive that's shaping. Oh my. And a huge thanks to our friends at Flight Factory. Head over to flightfactorydisc.com with coupon code DGLOW24 for 15% off your order.
Michigan, Luke Taylor.
We're talking about longtime Discraft players. Now we see the next generation right here. I am thoroughly impressed with Luke Taylor. Gave us some wise words earlier at the press conference this week. Showed his maturity.
It was a fun watch at Worlds, Brian.
Phenomenal. You definitely see the next generation right here in this guy.
That's a nice set of tee shots, Brian. They are making the walk down the toboggan hill. On the toboggan hill is our man Nate Perkins for an idio walk and talk with Luke Taylor. Take it away, Perk.
Luke, you had two discs in your hand. You had the obvious backhand buzz turnover and the forehand disc. What are kind of the last things going through your mind before you decide to go with that forehand?
I'm just thinking consistent release. That buzz is super flippy, and I don't really want to throw something neutral on turn here. So if I can just take out a faster disc and do a one-angle throw, that's probably what I'll go with if it's calm out.
Luke, where's home? Can you consider toboggan kind of like a home course, or how far away are you from?
Yeah, this is my home disc golf pro tour course, but I do live about 2 hours north here, so I play here about as much as everybody else on the road. I've played a couple tournaments outside of DGLO here, but not a lot more.
Luke, thanks so much, and good luck today.
Of course, thank you, Nate.
Thank you, Luke and Nate, making time for us. Dickerson, T of 7, trying to stay perfect. This is a tough spot to keep it going.
Really touchy landing here. Can't fade too far left. Can't push it too far forward.
Ryan, is that perfect
That's
or what?
Such a touchy line to ride that tree line as it's flipping slowly. He's looking good right now, huh?
Speaking of perfect, what are we flashing back to?
I mean, maybe those of you who haven't seen this, come on out from under your rocks. Paul McBeth shot a perfect round here in 2018.
One par, one eagle? Is that what it was?
I mean, almost dunked that one in.
He did.
Man, the imaginations of disc golfers everywhere went wild when he did this. I mean, you had kids in their backyard putting like Paul McBeth, throwing like Paul McBeth. I mean, this is later. I mean, he won his first world title in 2012. And now all these years later, here he is still going. It was just such a magical time for disc golf.
So many incredible shots in this round.
And then to finish on that, the jumper on 18.
418. Disc golf history right there. from Macbeth to finish Macbeth, says production. Antela for birdie. McMahon to start with a 2. Putting right at the shortest OB line as well, though.
They knew what they were doing here when they elevated this pin.
One low, one high so far here. Callaway to break the seal on one's basket.
Oh boy.
I think it went left. Perk, did you get an eye on that Callaway putt?
Yeah, I think it stayed safe. It didn't quite get the full ramp. I think he's going to be about a foot safe.
Ooh. Taylor for a stroke on the card.
That's a birdie there for Luke Taylor.
Just enough.
22% of the field grab on the birdie on hole number 1. Great spread. Always has.
Kind of a quarter.
Yeah, really great spread of bogey to par to birdie.
Dickerson, his second on 7. You saw the first.
This is huge. This is way up the fairway. Wants it to settle. That's just outside bullseye, if not bullseye for Dickerson. That's a beautiful start.
Dickerson on a heater, a star-studded card on the other side of this break. We'll see you there.
We're tough.
Yeah.
And we love the outdoors, right? But poison ivy's nasty, even for tough guys like us. So we use Zanfel.
Zanfel works fast and washes away the itch.
Zanfel neutralizes toxins and washes them from your skin. In seconds, the itch is gone. Healing begins.
When you get poison ivy, get Zanfel. It works. Immediate relief, and we're right back to being tough, right?
Right.
Got poison ivy, get Zanfel.
It works.
Look at these. This is my stamp. The Entropy, it's a very stable, controllable disc. Very good for short game, very good for forehand up shots, very good for backhand up shots. You can check out my new Team Series disc on the MVP Pro Shop.
United States Disc Golf Championship, a tournament with history unmatched in the disc golf world.
Oh,
You bet.
Colin Hanley is on fire.
Talk about giving the crowd a show. What a performance from Kyle Klein.
Gannonberg, this kid is unbelievable.
Oh my God.
And welcome back to Discraft Great Lakes Open. Your 2025 schedule is out. Point your phone at that thing. Click the button. 10 seasons, Brian.
Just went by so fast.
Sure did.
It's wonderful to see how far disc golf's come. I remember being out on tour for the first time in 2018 and just, I don't know, feeling so optimistic about where we were going, and I still feel that same way now.
Absolutely, Brian. And we have our seasons pass if you want to go watch a bunch of disc golf events in person. 3 different levels there.
Saying this morning, I mean, what a better sport to, you know, use as an excuse for tourism. I mean, so many different things you can experience playing and spectating.
And I saw Isaac Robinson with an umbrella. Perkins, any information on a possible rain?
Yeah, there's a chance. Looking at maybe some showers at like 4 or 5 o'clock. So these last cards on the course might have to deal with some adversity later in the day. But right now it's still blue skies out here.
Well, let's just hope it holds off. Thank you, Perk. Nicholas left side of the fairway.
Yeah, this little spine on the left side makes it real tough. This grass is pretty lush.
Yeah, I just need a little more turn on that. That's
not bad.
No, from where he was. Dickerson to grab a share of the lead and only taking 7 holes to do it. The putt is looking perfect today, Brian.
Both of us just shaking our head the moment it touches the chains. I mean, this guy is off to a heater, and everything has looked flawless so far. Look at this.
The robot updated his putting code, Brian.
I guess he did. But yeah, it's interesting. You think of him as a phenomenal C1, C2 putter, but then you look at the stats for the season, really not. He's 32nd C1 putting, 32nd C2 putting, 21st scrambling, but then 3rd place fairway hits, 5th place park jobs, 4th place C1, C2 in regulation. Just got to put everything together this weekend, and it should be no problem.
McMahon off the fairway just a little bit, but this is workable, no? For Eagle, anyway.
Well, I mean, for this guy.
That was phenomenal.
I mean, maybe he was doing that on purpose.
From a standstill.
Wanted to go to the shade.
Ugh, McMahon. Hole 8. Kind of low. Callaway throwing 2 on 2. Off the fairway left, are we, Brian?
Yeah, that's pretty far back there. I'm not sure if he's going to have a good lane to get up for birdie, but par's possible. That's what's funny about this hole is you want to throw the distance line. You want to get the high right turning shot, but so often it becomes undercommitted, and you end up right here.
That should be good enough for par for Ben. And there is Paul Macbeth, your modern era GOAT, teeing off on the other side of this break. We'll see you there.
If you want to know what a disc is going to feel like before you get it, you have to check out OTB Discs. The first thing I'm looking for when I grab a new disc is the feel of the disc. It's got to be confidence instilled. Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
It's really, really helpful in not only finding a disc that looks beautiful, but is also exactly what you're looking for it to feel like. Of course, when you're dealing with OTB, you're going to get only the best.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
I don't flex, I'm a success. I don't flex, flex. I don't flex, flex. Flex, flex. I don't flex, flex. I don't flex, flex. I don't flex, flex. I don't flex, flex.
Chris Dickerson throwing 2 on hole 8. He is a little pinched, Brian.
It's going to be a look. I mean, being in that spot on the right side, it's a really specific line to get to the basket. But
Dickerson has a box full of birdies already. You can grab a supporter box over at the Pro Tour Pro Shop. Only 500 available, 100 each. Get a bunch of swag there from the Pro Tour.
I mean, man, you can buy a box and head out to the course. You're all set.
That's all you need.
Got the shirt, discs.
Maybe a hat too, you never know. You might get lucky. Looking at 1 for your feature card.
This is the 330 tee time. And this is our feature card. And teeing on first, he is your reigning Great Lakes Open champion from Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, Simon Lizotte.
Didn't get to hear from him this week at the presser, but I'm sure he is beyond excited to be back here, teeing off on 1, going for another championship here.
I think Simon's waiting for some action on 18 right now. If you're wondering why he's not throwing. Plays parallel up the other side, behind the spectators. While he waits, live with Dickerson to keep it perfect through 8.
Definitely gustier than it was this morning. A little bit of headwind, it seems like. Could have been a little dicey.
That was a scary 4 or 5 seconds, Brian.
I think he thought he had it. I think the wind maybe
Oh.
just dipped it a little bit at the last second. Could have been 8 for 8.
Yeah, another one right on line.
Fantastic start for Chris. Got some really tricky holes coming up once you hit that back stretch.
Back to 1, Simon.
I like the height.
He's a 2-time Great Lakes Open champion and 6-time world champion from Huntington Beach, California, Paul Macbeth.
I think he's done this a time or two. Nicely done.
From Scottsdale, Arizona, Anthony Varela.
Screen on that right side is actually a catch cam angle for the spectators and players to actually see the disc finish. I think taking some inspiration from hole 1 at the European Open. Absolutely love the idea.
Love it.
And he is your reigning and back-to-back world champion. From Lawrenceville, Georgia, Isaac Robinson.
Ian, you have to wonder how that feels.
For the first time?
To step up to T1 being called the back-to-back world champion. I wonder if that's set in yet. What a feeling.
Sticking with his game, a backhand off the tee for Isaac. You need a turnover. Give me that guy, Brian.
All day. That is a thing of beauty.
You saw the approach for McMahon on 2, now the birdie putt. Does the job. Those were pars there for those gents. Dickerson to clean up par on 8.
You know, Ian, sometimes I see a 12-footer, and I wonder why they show us the 12-footer, and I get scared that they're going to miss these.
I feel you.
Glad he put it
Production
in.
does this like that sometimes, Brian. McMahon now on the tee of 3. Bombs away down the toboggan hill. I got nothing. He threw it. The launch
Down.
angle. The launch angle was fantastic. Straight down the hill.
Yeah, and you see that out here. You see players kind of with different philosophies on how to play some of these holes. When we see this feature card go up to hole number 3, we're not going to see 4 of the same shot. We're going to see some slower discs going more out. We're going to see some players throwing directly down, different stabilities. Lets a lot of the individuality of the players shine out here.
Robinson for birdie. Effective. Circle 2 make to start your tournament? Yes, please. Oh.
And I love the way he does his step putt. There's never a doubt that it's completely legal every single time. You know he thinks about that when he was practicing originally.
Let's see how your defending champion does. He does well, Brent. Wasn't the perfect putt, but also effective.
Again, only about a fifth of the field out of 100 players got the birdie here. It's a nice one to get.
Can Macbeth make it 3 for 3 for your feature card? He's not missing that putt.
There's a confident stroke from Paul.
Yep. An AB star frame for the star-studded card. Star frame complete. And we saw AB, so that made me think, how's Gannon Burr doing? I don't know if am I the only one who thinks like that, but Burr is 4 down right now through 13, if you were curious. And there is some weather coming. That's rain. Ooh, stay away. Please.
Some wishful thinking, Ian.
Yeah. If only it worked like that. Callaway throwing 2 on 3. Ben is loving that one. Dickerson, T of 9.
This is a tricky line, especially with the wind blowing off in the distance. Not so tricky, I suppose.
I believe he's going to be out in circle 2, though, Bri, I think. McMahon, his second on 3. In the circle for a birdie look. Flying above hole 2 in the tee pad. Basket at the very top middle of your screen.
It just doesn't do any justice to how severely uphill this hole is. And I love that the players are challenged because of the way this hole is laid out to throw that big max distance line to try to cover as much ground as possible while staying in the middle here.
Simon up first.
Hold it, hold it, hold it. Yeah.
That should hold.
Nice. Macbeth.
Only problem there is just the fact that he's not going to have footing. Still a chance to get up and down.
Barilla.
Hey, cars?
And there you have it, folks. The lightning horns have gone off, and that's going to be a lightning delay.
That's officially my least favorite sound in disc golf, Brian.
Ever.
Yeah, it's the worst. This is just about 3 minutes ago. Antla.
Nice to pop a shot like that off right before the horns. Luke Taylor. Okay.
Ooh, rude.
Still fine.
Let's check out our Nakwa powered replay on this Luke Taylor approach. The Nakwa things are waterproof, Brian. It's appropriate for our...
A very appropriate ad for this time in the tournament.
Well, welcome into the booth while kicking off our lightning delay. Any thoughts so far, Brian?
Man, it's not even been 20 minutes or so, Ian, but I think it's going to be a heater. I mean, hopefully the conditions, once the weather delay is over, remain the way that they have been today, because we're going to see players go real low. I think Chris Dickerson's going to be happy that he got the start in that he did, because who knows? They could have rain for the rest of the day. The forecast looks bad tomorrow. Got to get the birdies when you can.
Yeah, with you there. We're going to send it off to a quick break. We'll be back in just a few.
Hey, hope you're enjoying coverage here on Disc Golf Network. Powergrip has an exclusive deal just for DGN viewers. Now through Sunday, use promo code DGLOW2024 at checkout and get 20% off. Some restrictions apply, but it's valid at both PowergripEurope.com and PowergripUSA.com.
Got a good day coming, and it's all I need. Everything I wanted is in front of me. It's a good.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Backup hole. Y'all ready for this?
Girl, we're always ready.
Yep. Sarah, have you tried this new True Athlete pre-workout? It's so good. Good food, good birdie.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Soup's up. What's even in there? It is birdies.
I think the Blackwell Pro is the best practice basket I ever had at home. What I love most about this basket is that it catches really well. It's kind of exactly what you want. If you're looking for a great solution for a practice basket, Blackwell Pro.
What up, guys? We have the brand new MX2, good mid-range for power backhand thrower, very good for sidearm throwers. The MX2 is a very reliable, overstable disc that's finding its way into my bag, and I hope it finds its way into yours.
Tone technology by Clash Discs.
Pre-flight check complete. We are go for launch. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Go for launch.
OTB is very specific on how they list the disc because they want you to like the disc.
Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
Not just marketing.
It's only the best.
And welcome back to the Disc Golf Network and our coverage of the Discraft Great Lakes Open. There is your top 10. And welcome into the booth again, Ian Anderson. That's Brian Earhart over there. We got off to a good start. Chris Dickerson got off to a great start.
I mean, he did exactly what he needed to do before the lightning delay. He rattled off 7 straight birdies. And now we'll just have to see the mental fortitude of some of these players. Some players hate backups. And again, I've been out there on the tour. I've played with all these guys. For some reason, even the smallest backup can completely throw off somebody's mental state, no matter how highly ranked you could be. It just depends on the day. But Chris did his job, and now he has a little bit of cushion coming back into the round.
Yeah, it took him 8 holes. He chased down the lead, Brian.
I mean, he almost made the putt to go to 8 under par.
Yeah.
I think this course is going to get shredded today. I mean, yeah, they got a little bit of rain, but I think the conditions are still pretty solid. I mean, this morning it was beautiful, little to no wind, almost room temperature. As you can feel here and kind of see, a little bit gustier this afternoon. Chris looked like he had a perfect putt for birdie. Only missed today for Dickerson. That's the pace you got to hit.
How's the toboggan hold water?
I've played it in some bad conditions, and, you know, for as sloped as it is, it's not terrible. You're not going to see too many mud pits out there.
Nice.
I'm actually pretty impressed with how this place drains.
We are impressed with that scorecard. 7 down through 8 for Chris Dickerson. So kind of a little benefit here is you get to practice your putt, Brian, mid-round.
And it's really nice that he threw a decent shot. He's not just pitching out to the fairway on his second after the lightning delay. He has some time to practice.
What time
this
exactly
little
were we
C2
starting
look.
back?
5:35 start, so that math ain't mathing.
Yeah, that was weird.
Chris is talking to his wife, Brittany Dickerson, right there.
Brittany's talking some facts right there.
She's the best.
That doesn't sound like 2 minutes to me.
The math ain't mathing, Brian. Ooh, that putt was putting, though.
That is making sense to me.
Ooh.
Sometimes you forget, you know, these guys are legitimate professionals. I mean, on the practice green, it's one of my favorite things to do when I'm getting prepared to go out and report around. Watch them on the practice basket. You kind of realize, wow, these guys are way better.
Without stress?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, one of my favorite things to do when I was living in Scottsdale for just a brief period of time, I'd go to Vista del Camino, and without fail, you can find Ricky Wysocki in the back corner of that course with his headphones on from this exact distance.
Really?
Bang, bang, bang. 6 for 6. This is just at the edge of the circle from Dickerson on the elevated pin.
If you want to watch putts like that all next year, you can buy a season's pass. 3 different options there. Limited quantities. They should sell out quickly. Be nice if you're like, you know, you could do like a West Coast stretch, you know, follow the tour.
Just tell your boss. See
Yeah,
you later,
yeah,
bud.
I'm taking a month off. I'm going to play some disc golf,
I'm gonna
watch
go
some disc
follow
golf.
Chris Dickerson for multiple stops. This sounds great.
This was right before the rain delay there. Oh, yeah.
Your cars?
It's nice that it was not during his swing.
Yeah.
What happens there, Brian?
If the disc is not out of your hand, it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you release after the horn, it doesn't count?
Yeah, the horn blows.
Okay,
Nothing after that matters, and
well, that's good then.
benefit of the doubt goes to Anthony.
All
But
right.
luckily, he was able to stop back to hole 2. He had 17 more holes to play. Sunset around 8 p.m. This area.
I haven't seen it.
It feels doable, Brian. If we,
I think it's doable.
if we get on our horses here a little bit.
Oh, the clown where you knock each other's face off, or
No,
the
the
one
other
with
one.
the one with what's his name?
Those are the actual clowns.
Oh, I didn't see it.
It took us like 4 hours to set it up, and then it was done in 4 minutes.
Was that in Arizona?
Yeah.
So it's off-season stuff they're just dropping now?
It was fun though.
What video is AB talking about, Brian? Do you know?
I'm trying to piece it together.
Yeah. Something they shot in the offseason that just dropped, right? Yeah, well, where's our flight factory taking us, Brian?
Taking us right to the tee of hole 2. Beautiful uphill par 4. Like I was saying earlier before the horn went off, I love that it forces the players to bite off a bunch of distance off the tee if they want to get a comfortable look at the 3.
All right, game on. Barella up first.
That's a conservative drive for AB, and that's in a wonderful spot. A lot of players would be really happy to be right there.
Robinson. Is this too low to make that second landing zone, Brian?
Kind of. He's going to have a little bit more uphill of a run up, but that's totally fine.
Cool. The slope isn't super consistent. It kind of flattens out in spots.
Experience on this hole matters a lot. 'Cause like you said, there are spots that are a little bit more manageable. There's other spots that really feel like an uphill climb.
Yeah. Dickerson went 6 for 6 in practice on this putt. Can he go 7 for 7 and get to 8?
Heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Not going to happen there for Dickerson.
Taylor, birdie putt on 3.
Practice it for a half an hour, dude.
That seems to be kind of his weakness on the course, Brian, is that circle 1. He's
Circle
great in circle
one-
2.
I mean, right now he's 38% from C2. He's leading the tour, but I've seen him miss weak side on some circle 1 putts for sure.
I'm going to throw this out there. I didn't see a lot of leg use in the putt.
I can't really, I don't know, I can't really criticize it because it's so close to the basket.
Yeah.
I can't. I think he has time, though. I think he has some time to develop that circle 1 putt.
Absolutely.
And kind of similar to Isaac this year. When the C1 putt's working, he's always up towards the top, but he was missing some short ones earlier this year. Look how steep this is. The camera does do this one justice. Watch the stunted follow through on this one. He's going to really have to explode off this plant foot.
A rope up the hill. Does he get all the way there? It looks
That's
a
good
little
enough.
Yeah.
He's not going to be 20 feet from the basket, but definitely within range. And that's why you're baited to throw the massive distance shot off this tee.
On 3, Callaway gets the birdie home. And on the board today. Back to twos fairway, Barella.
Some players like to attack uphill lie with a little bit of an angle to kind of flatten out the uphill run up. Some players just like to go straight on as if it was flat ground.
So hard to complete your swing with that uphill run up, Brian.
Yeah, especially when it just rained a little bit too. That is tough footing.
He's up there, not remarkably close though. Macbeth has to go to the sidearm, but he has a fantastic one.
I think he's saying he gets to go to the sidearm, really. I mean, that's...
Yeah.
It's nice to have a shot that's more upper body oriented. You don't have to worry about your footing. Nicely done. I am curious, though. I want to throw it to Nate Perkins real quick. Just, Nate, can you give us a general feeling of how this course did drain?
Well, yeah, heading down these hills, actually, it was pretty slick. So there's going to be some spots where it's going to be really tough for the player to find footing if they are on one of these steep sled hills here. So it'll definitely play a role for the rest of the evening.
Thank you, Perk. Simon, we're finally at his drive for his second. Almost grabbed a two in the circle for three, though, is Simon Lazat. As they make their way up the toboggan hill, we'll jump it ahead to McMahon on tee of four. Looks left enough, Brian.
Yeah.
Now on 10, Chris Dickerson.
Curious to see this year how many players do go for the roller that they used to throw to the par 3 placement, and how many are just a little bit more conservative.
Yeah, Chris, well for Thank you.
Leaned into that overstable driver. That was nice.
Dickerson is dealing off the tee today.
Yes, he is.
Robinson has a long look at birdie, back on two.
Yes, sir. There's just a little bit of magic in that spin putt. It just comes out. My favorite slow-mo spin putt in all of disc golf. It comes out, looks like he's casting a spell.
Can Barella match that birdie from circle two? That was huge, Brian.
Back to close to circle's edge. I mean, that's maybe 25, 26 feet.
Macbeth, birdie putt. Two for two start for the modern era goat.
I'll go.
Steinman steps up to a birdie putt, also for a 2 for 2 start. And Barella's for the Cards' first par today. Perfect putt from AB. Cleans up the 4. We'll drop a stroke to the card, though. The star-studded card is doing their thing, Brian.
It's a nice little start. Hole 1, 2, and 3 here. Maybe one of my favorite starts to a disc golf course. Let's see this slow-mo putt again. It's crazy to see him throw the disc towards the basket and the hand just fly to the side. So much energy getting put into the disc. It's a thing of beauty.
That was closer to the fairway than it was Circle 1's edge. Big make from Robinson. 4, Callaway throwing 2.
Get it. Yeah.
Landed in the perfect spot.
Perfect. Exactly how you got to play that one.
Can McMahon do the same? A little awkward. Ooh, the result will be an awkward putt as well.
It's exciting to see the disc come out with some pop, though, on the forehand side for Eagle. It seems like he's starting to really trust it.
Taylor lined up beautifully for his second. Bullseye for Taylor. Perfectly done. It's a Flight Factory look at hole 3. Basket toward the bottom, tee towards the top.
This hole's on my Dream 18, and really just for the tee shot.
Look at that.
And just the fact that it's dealer's choice. You could sit up there and empty your bag out.
But then you have to go find them all, Brian.
Just stay away from the blackberry bushes on the right.
Simon up first. It's a little overturned. Oh, it's a lot overturned. OB for your defending champion. That's going to be stroke and distance, Brian.
Yeah,
he's going to be pretty far back.
Yes, it's not great to go out of bounds in this hole.
Macbeth.
You want to take something neutral, control the nose angle just right. You got to have a disc that you know really well. There's that checkup that Simons was looking for.
Robinson.
Oh, look at this thing helicopter down.
On, Brian. Oh, ridiculous.
I love this game.
Gosh, it's impressive. The flights that he puts on disc, Brian.
I was actually talking to him about that. I mean, for not having a sidearm, his quote-unquote righty sidearm backhand shots are pretty incredible.
Barella, is this going to turn enough? Is it Luna?
Yeah, this is a putter.
Okay. Yeah. That's been the AB play lately. He's been so good with that disc.
It's kind of why he is where he is in the standings right now.
Yeah.
Let's take another look at this Isaac throw. Throws down, negative launch angle, and still so high up in the air.
And just straight for days.
I got to tell you, I can no longer say that he is an average distance thrower. At the World Championships, he was smoking these distance drivers. He is absolutely right there in regards to golf shot distance, at least.
Speaking of distance, Eagle has a long birdie putt on 4. That was a lot longer than I thought.
Yeah.
And you can't get too aggressive on that one. Drop off behind. Back to 10 for Dickerson, and his second set up perfectly. What a drive.
Kind of gets to lean on something again.
petered out early, it looks like.
Didn't quite get it.
That is a big uphill throw. On to left for birdie on 4.
Love the weak side stick.
It's back-to-back birdies for Nicholas.
Got caught up by those logs we were talking about. Didn't quite get the slide up there. Way to capitalize.
That was a cool shot right there. Well done, camera. Callaway for birdie. Nice. Back to 3. Simon. Brian. Is he thinking green here?
I see distance driver in his hand.
Ooh. Looking for the up and down par. The peninsula is kind of just circle 2 size, Brian. It's not huge.
Needs to check up.
Simon problems.
What a
50
shot.
feet long. Maybe not quite that far. Better to miss a little long than a lot short, though.
That was pulling the fire. I could have gone real bad.
Simon will tell you like it is, won't he?
I mean, if you accept that before you throw the shot,
Yeah.
it's a recipe for success. Now, Nicholas on 5.
It's trying to get over, Brian.
It's one of those pretty lines that holds hyzer, but it's still drifting off to the right. Really nice shot there from Nicholas.
Back to 3 for AB.
I mean, I think he can throw the same disc again if he wanted to.
I think I just heard his caddy say 357. So, yes.
Yeah, of course.
He could throw a mini there.
You know, some of the first stories I would hear about AB was at U.S. Amateur Championships of him throwing minis all over this course, 300 feet.
Yep.
Never even seen him throw, but I knew he could throw a mini a mile.
It's just 2 putter shots, Brian.
Yeah. Taking notes?
I wish they applied to my game. Wow.
I mean, good. I'm glad that he's capitalizing on his skill of being the biggest distance thrower in the world and actually putting it to good use. When you have those long limbs, you have all that speed, what do you do with it? How do you use it to your advantage? Because I feel like course designers are starting to know we don't want to see that all the time. We don't want to see big max distance all the time. How do we challenge those guys in different ways?
It takes a while to get good with that much power.
Definitely.
Robinson. Just a casual hyzer into the green after that monster drive. Macbeth. Likely blind to the pin here. Circle 2.
Wanted a little bit more height on that to fade out to the left.
No. Callaway, T of 5. Even better.
Yeah.
Let's roll back a Zuka replay.
I like
on
this play. Slightly overstable fairway driver. Just slams it with
Is that what it is? He's going
as
fairway.
flat of an angle as you could. Pop the nose down. Yeah, some guys are coming at this with a mid-range.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's throwing down the hill with a little bit faster driver. I like the play.
It paid off.
Especially doing what he did. If you find ground, any sort of ground that's unobstructed, you'll slide up at least 30, 40 feet.
Yeah. Look at our Thursday horde out here early, Brian.
This place is really fun. This tournament is so fun. I'm sad I'm not out there on the ground like Nate Perkins is right now. Nate, Let's hear it. How you feeling right now? What are the galleries looking like across the course?
Brian, I'm loving life right now. Is Paul just gonna bury that one in the heart right here, and the crowd is just loving this card. I mean, this is just packed with superstars, and it's hard to get a spot, really. I've got to like really work. And Simon's gonna walk back to this. That shot was exceptional. It's hard to really get that shot lined up. You have to kind of throw it OB to have this, what Simon has. Does he have it? It's low the whole way. What a par save it would have been. Let's see what kind of correction he makes throughout the rest of the weekend. I really don't love the driver turnover out of his hand. Isaac gonna go mid-range birdie. AB is gonna go Luna birdie. Wow.
Again, 3 birdies for the card, 1 par. And thank you, Perk. Let's check out you throw putter on 915 and grab a drop-in birdie.
I mean, hanging out to the left, I mean, throw it hard enough, it's going to turn over a little bit. It's weird to find a disc like this, though. With that type of stability that you can actually throw true flat, even with his type of spin and speed, and it still holds it.
I mean, Macbeth helped design that disc, right? For those characteristics, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what he wanted. And it's a hard, fine medium to kind of figure out.
Taylor on 5 putting for par. There's a circle 2.
There's another circle 2 putt. This is currently the best C2 putter on tour.
Please hold your applause.
Putt reminds me a lot of Andrew Presnell. Very straight-armed, kind of shove putt.
That's exactly who it is, Brian. Yep.
It's about as push putt as it possibly can be.
Yep. Dickerson for birdie on 10. Out in circle 2 again. This is for the solo lead. Or at least it was. Calvin Lundquist, Brian.
This is a tough putt. Straddled out to the right side, put a little hyzer on it. Hard it again.
So that results in a solo second for Chris Dickerson, 1 behind Calvin. Lundquist has birdie 3 of the last 4. T of 4.
Yeah.
Macbeth. Bonus drive, Brian.
That's perfect. Got in front of the tree line. Forehand, backhand, anything goes here.
He's loving that.
You got some guys that are playing the outside line. They're going around this kind of big pine tree. Some guys just trying to play the slot machine on the left side.
Robinson.
Yeah, being on the inside's just fine. For Isaac, it's a little tougher backhand.
Uh-huh.
Curious to see if he tries to go with a forehand skip, but he's unobstructed.
Barilla.
Ooh,
Flex.
stall hyzer, yeah.
That's pretty short, Brian.
Yeah. Very low ceiling from back there.
Lazat.
Did you ever go?
That is choice. Let's jump from Simon to Eagle. has not finished worse. That's second at this event. It's a par putt on 5. He will slide back to 1 under through 5. Slow start, but man, can he catch fire, Brian? Nothing he can't get out there.
Of course.
Yeah. Dickerson, tee of 11. Downhill dogleg right.
This one's tough. The backhand is a better play for the shape. It's pretty technical.
This has a lovely shape on it.
Yeah, that looks great. That looks really, really nice.
We will show you that putt once Dickerson gets to it. Zanfel on 5, putting for birdie. You saw the drive a few moments ago. The Finn heating up.
Actually saw him at Cass Benton Park earlier in the week, one of the local easier courses, more recreational parks, just filming videos and having a blast with his buddy Tuomas.
Awesome.
Got to do those types of things to stay motivated and sane out here on the tour.
Callaway in circle 1 for his birdie putt.
That's a great birdie. That is a really nice birdie.
Some matching scorecards for Zanfel and Callaway as Barilla throws his second back on 4.
That's great.
Yeah.
That was a really nice way to navigate that low ceiling.
Robinson approach is beautiful. Macbeth. What a drive.
That's how easy this hole is if you can get the drive in front of the tree line. Whether you do it by sneaking behind that back door or you throw it at the right angle to skip in front of the tree line, the hole becomes so much simpler.
Simon has just about the same look. That'll get Simon back to 2 under on the day.
Yeah, hole 4, 3.54 average for the MPO division.
Callaway throwing 2 on 6. A little out of position. He's off the fairway right and short.
Oh, I didn't even turn that
Ooh, is that the corner early, Brian?
That's early. And depending on where he trickled down to, he might have a rough third shot up to the basket.
Taylor. This what you're looking for? A little short?
Little bit. You want to be a little bit kind of diagonal right from where he's at.
Copy.
He's got to throw a little bit of a flex sidearm here. Doesn't really have a choice, but it's not terrible. Like I said, not terrible.
Let's roll back a Zuger replay of this Furman hit here.
I love that little pop sidearm that he has. It wasn't like a fastball type sidearm. You know, he just kind of popped his wrist, let the disc do the work for him.
Bullseye hit and a birdie coming up for Luke Taylor. Barella, a birdie putt on 4. Just long right, just slightly.
Definitely made lemonade out of that one. That was a tough low ceiling. He kind of popped the nose up on that approach shot.
Macbeth, this is a 4 for 4 start for one Paul Macbeth, Brian.
We can dream. We can hope.
Simon. 3 birdies, 1 bogey. His round so far. Also starting 4 for 4. I guess it's good to have multiple world championships.
I mean, 3 of these guys on the card have won this tournament before. Really wouldn't want to follow anybody else today.
They do a good job of making our future cards here, Brian.
Well, maybe this guy. I mean,
Yeah.
I think if you're paying attention to the scores, I'd be trying to follow this guy as well.
Yeah, here's Dickerson just laying up for par. Until his second on 6. Has a gap with a nice line.
Attaboy, Nikkei.
That should be good enough for birdie. Callaway, you saw the second, now his third. Still has to cross the gully here.
Oh boy.
And it's crowded on this line. You love it, Brian.
I love it.
Awesome shot from Callaway.
Nicely done.
Just outside bullseye. Hole 5, can Macbeth keep it going? Perfect so far. Toughest test, I would say. Oh, Brian. It's trying to get over there. It does more than try.
It tried really nicely. Tried nice and hard.
Oh my God.
Bullseye, 5 for 5.
Yahtzee.
That was gorgeous. Gave it just enough height to check up.
Robinson. Can he match that feed?
That big log on the right side, a lot of players use that as kind of a reference point. And if they hit it, they'll ricochet back to the basket.
I was going to say, if he misses that tree, he's parked. He's still in the circle.
Yeah, Isaac's one of those players, his discs just fly different. There's just a little something different about the way they fly.
Have you got him on a tech disc yet?
I haven't gotten any stats from him yet. I'm sure his RPMs are insanely high.
I'm really curious what that is. Barella. AB, that's a miss, but he got away with that one.
He's up there. He's going to be pretty deep. But definitely a blessing. He could have kicked off into a really terrible spot.
Lazat. As someone hit the Furman on 6's green. Did you hear it?
Wondering if that's the same disc he tried throwing off the tee on 3. Just can't quite get the angle right.
Yeah, similar miss. Let's check out some Paul Macbeth highlights. Off to a 5 for 5 start once he drops into this birdie. Brian, he's still chasing that first Pro Tour win of the year to keep that streak
Kind
going.
of bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah.
It feels like for such a long time, it was like, well, yeah.
Yeah, he'll get one.
Every weekend, it was like, yeah, this is Paul's tournament to win.
Yeah.
And finally, it's to the point where the fruits of his labor, pushing the bar constantly year after year, starting to show themselves, and now he has to catch up to them. So this is a new challenge for him in his career.
Rick already got his 14th year in a row, so Paul just needs to match at this point.
Just a gorgeous line here on 5, and then gets the ricochet off the log. Heard Ricky talking about it in his practice round, saying he loves that log on 5. He'll throw right down to it. Regardless of where the win comes from for Paul, if it happens this year, fans are going to erupt.
Did you go straight the left of this tree or right? Just right, and it just fell right there.
Just right in this tree and it faded.
Was it one time Turner wasn't filming or what?
For real, dude.
Because that'd be on his page instantly.
The one thing you have to know, if you're playing with Paul and he's playing well, he's going to be talking trash. He's going to be talking shop.
Absolutely.
And it's really enjoyable to play with him when he's feeling it.
He's one of my favorite players to film too. So.
Pulling out discs from his bag, showing you the different shapes and kind of what he's going for with the designs. And
Watch the camera behind you.
I'd always try not to talk to the players, but Paul would just talk to me. I'd be like, all right, I guess we're talking. Barella, his second. Looking for the up and down. A little bit of technicalness to this one.
I just got to pan this one ever so slightly.
Circle's edge at least.
Yeah, still work. Would be a frustrating bogey. Now Niklas.
Green of 6, putting for birdie for 4 straight.
Winning score last year was 30 under par for 4 rounds. I don't think that's going to win it this year.
That's 7.5 average, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to win it this year.
Dickerson up the hill on 12. That didn't look especially aggressive.
You got to blast this shot. This plays like 440, 450 on hyzer.
And Simon laid up in the meantime. A par putt coming for AB. I ran into Luke Humphreys on that hole last night, and he's like, backhand roller is about the only thing I can get to get all the way to the pin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it just takes like 500 feet of power.
You're talking about 12?
12, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Much like Simon's bid on 3 online, but dries up short. Barella picking up bogey.
Yep, just not going to happen on this hole. It always hurts when you feel like you throw an okay approach shot, hits a tree. Now you got a 40, 45 footer to save par. It definitely feels like you're falling behind these guys when you make a mistake like that.
They're losing. AB's losing 2 strokes to Macbeth and Robinson. As they have drop-in birdies. There's the par for Simon. Not a bad result after the drive. There is the drop-in birdie for Macbeth. AB will slide back to 2 on the day. 3 off the pace of the card.
I threw this hole once to practice it. Felt good. It was just, there was always so many groups right here, I just skip over. For this one. Yeah, we need to fix this bracket. I can't stand it. Because it's like, because they make us play in 4 and then everyone goes extra. It's not like it's a tournament round. Yeah. There should be like 2s and 3s only or something.
Antala. Tee of 7. A demanding tee shot.
You got to throw hyzer, but you kind of have to deaden that finish. You don't want to skip left. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good spot.
Dickerson on 12 has a birdie look in circle 2. A friendly reaction. That could have gone 200 down the hill.
I've seen this roll.
Have you?
Way down.
Oh, no. Tee of 6 now, Macbeth.
This is a really interesting shot.
Is he going roller?
You can, because it shapes up for the exact line that a flip roller would fly, but you also, if you're throwing an air shot, it's got to be a flippy disc. You have to ride way right, but you got to throw it soft enough to where it still pans.
Now he's going to keep it in the air, but didn't really make the corner.
It's a very interesting shape.
Yeah.
And you see some players, go with kind of an overstable disc and try to force it over on flex. Some players try to soft the flippier disc. I've seen rollers.
Yeah, yeah.
If you want to play with fire like that, like Simon said, be my guest.
Robinson. I've definitely seen it in tourney rounds before.
Yeah. But it's 519. You just need to do that.
Yeah, true. Lazat?
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's going to be just fine.
It's pretty good, Brian. Way up the fairway. Awesome shot from Simon. Now Barella.
Okay, Barella's got a driver in his hand.
Ooh, nasty cut roll.
Needs more height. I think with his 15-foot wingspan, he might be able to stretch out and throw a forehand. We'll see.
On 12, Dickerson for par after the roll away. Looks like it rolled to circle's edge, more or less. Good putt. Chris keeping it clean, keeping it 8 down. Back to 7, Antela. You saw the drive, now his second. Obi left, right, and long.
Nice and soft. It's hard to get a hyzer to land softly like that. He threw something understable.
A little slow too, huh?
Yeah, a little bit of flip, played the ground nicely. Well done. You hit on the backside of the screen, it's not as pretty.
No. Second shot for Macbeth after an early tree on 6. Birdie's still in play with a good shot, though.
Don't hit it. Literally the only one yet.
Paul doing the commentary for us there.
Now it's not a given where he's at now. It's going to be a nice up and down to save the par.
Perk, how was that kick for Macbeth after his second? Looks like Perk's having signal issues right now, so we'll check in with Perk in just a bit. Barella throwing 2. He's got the gap.
I mean, he's got something.
He's got something.
I mean, when in doubt, pull out the bread and butter disc and manufacture something here. So good.
So smart and so well executed.
With the uneven footing, going back to a 1-step.
Robinson, just the meat of the fairway, but what's new?
I believe him and his brother are leading fairway hits on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, over 80% across the entire tour that they've played. Yep. Like you said, play to the fat part of the green. You don't have to make it too cute.
Yeah. Just smart, well-executed golf.
Yeah, you listen to guys like Isaac, Ricky, all the guys who are winning these tournaments talk about their strategy. A lot of times it's just giving themselves a look. They don't care about bullseyes. They trust themselves enough to get there and make the putt.
Taylor is in circle 2, Brian.
Let's go.
Oh, come on. This guy.
I love it. I love it, man. You know what's funny? Earlier in the week at the presser, he was telling me that he modeled his form after this guy right here, Paul Macbeth. He was so inspired by him when he was growing up, and it allowed him to find his own style. And just like Paul, Luke is saying, I want to push the game even farther for my generation. And that's exactly what Paul did when he was 17 years old. He said, I want to change the game of disc golf.
He did.
And he did.
A great third from Paul. Should result in a par. Antela, a good putt, results in a birdie. Simon, after the monster roller, has this for his second. Wow, Brian. That roller kind of just breaks the hole, man.
It was really good, too. The stability he chose was perfect. Because if it does check up and actually start fading out, you have nothing from back there. It was so good from Simon. That makes the hole pretty easy. I've seen some rollers even get down here where they're walking.
Yep. I think I've seen Joel Freeman down there. Dickerson, tee of 13, a very demanding par 3, Brian.
Got to get the nose down. You still got to get it to fade out at the right time. Yeah, conservative play.
Mhm.
Not sure if he's going for the basket on that one.
Barella. Birdie putt on 6.
What a birdie.
Yeah.
What a birdie.
Out of position off the tee. Hits a gap and hits a circle 2 putt.
Wish we could have seen a camera angle directly behind that second shot to see how truly tight that gap was.
Macbeth to clean up par. Circle's edge.
And finally, Isaac has a chance to pull ahead of Paul.
To go 6 for 6. Not the prettiest putt of Isaac's life, but it worked. Simon to get back on the birdie train. Was that 3 down on the front 6. Robinson has been rolling. Keeping those Worlds vibes going, Brian.
Confidence has just been sky high. It's been so fun to talk to him the past few weeks. I mean, wire to wire at the World Championships. Joins a very elite club of players to even do that. I believe only 2 other players. I mean, and to hear him say that he's gone from feeling like he was lazy earlier this year, he wasn't putting the work in to be a champion, and then coming out here and just turning it back on, and it feels like he's never left.
I love that Dixon Jowers post. Did you see that one?
Yes. Yep. And you know what? The more you win these big championships, the more you're going to have people picking apart your game, just like us and Dixon Jowers and anybody. You're going to be under the microscope. And are you ready for that? It sounds like he is. It sounds like when the moment gets big, that's when he thrives most as an athlete. You can't really teach that.
T of 7 now.
Mm-hmm. It's got that angle dialed. I think some people call it the Ken Climo hyzer, where you throw the hyzer, it stands up to flat, and then it gets back to hyzer at the end. It's kind of what's required on this shot.
Lazat. Headed left early. There is trouble over there. That's got to be OB, right, Brian?
I think it slid left OB.
Yeah.
We'll get a better angle and look soon.
We'll let you know once we get confirmation one way or the other. Barella.
Okay, he's got a pretty fast driver in the hand. Yeah. That's pretty good. He's going to have a little bit of an uphill run up from there. If you actually get it to fade left, you challenge the left OB, you actually get that hyzer to open up.
Macbeth. This is looking gorgeous.
We'll see how that is with that tree right there, but he has some sort of look. He has a forehand around the corner.
Oh, they found the Dixon Jowers. When I watch Isaac Robinson play all year long, how did this guy win Worlds? When I watch Isaac Robinson play Worlds, how did this guy not win every event? And then his...
That's the right attitude to have when you're
right?
Isaac. You have to just be ready. People are going to be talking about you. But you know what? When he was climbing up to start winning these championships, these majors, I wasn't incredibly surprised after a certain point. At first, I was like, I've played with this guy. We've played in like 10th card together. This is the same guy? Just continued to get better, and he has people in his corner that are in the same boat.
Onto a tee of 8. This man finished second at Worlds, and if not for a pretty nasty spit out and roll away, could have challenged.
Flat spot. That's what you're looking for in this shot.
Long look at birdie on 13 for CD. Yeah, 13. Getting a par is fine. Not losing strokes to a ton. Have we frozen? It looks like it. Simon throwing 3 on 7 after the OB drive. The twist he put on that one.
That is really tight. That had to have been at least a little bit flippy. It's going to be a par putt.
AB lined up nicely for his second.
This is still, I believe, 300 feet or so.
I was going to say, you'd like to be closer. The line
Yeah.
is there at least. Yep.
They got to find a way to make a distance driver with that stability. That is an unbelievable flight every single time he throws it.
Macbeth had a great drive. The landing spot was the issue.
He's thrown some nice pan shots all day.
Yeah. Had that great one on 2's fairway.
Yep.
Loving that.
He's coming out with authority. He's throwing them hard.
That had intention on it.
Yes. And on those slower approaches in the past, you know, he's kind of not trusted them as much, but every now and then you find one. He's really picky about his stabilities, and if he doesn't have the shape that he wants, and the disc that flies that shape, he's not going to go for it.
Robinson, a perfect drive, has this left for the up and down birdie and a 7 for 7 start. There is OB right. Safe.
You get what he's going for. He's trying to land it as soft as possible on this green. Just a little bit too much turn.
Taylor, his second on 8. He is very pinched, Brian. What are you doing from here?
As steep and as high as you can with something with a little understability. This is a fun shot. Oh, what a line!
Luke Taylor is insane, Brian.
Oh, I am delighted. Look at this.
What?
Here's what I loved talking to him earlier in the week. His confidence is sky high. And it doesn't seem like he has any right to be as confident as he is, but Rookie of the Year, Junior World Champion, and now just graduated to this level so quickly.
You come up the right way, it kind of helps, you know?
Yeah, this is his first kind of full year on tour, and he says he's absolutely loving the lifestyle.
Antela in C1 for his 6th straight. Robinson for 7 straight. Count it. Matching the start of the Robot Chicken.
You know, I've said this in the past. As a bowler and as somebody who has bowled a 300, the trick to getting there is not waking up. And in disc golf, it feels like it's even harder and more elusive to do that, to go perfect. You wonder what moment is going to happen and what's going to change to break his focus, but great start so far.
Hopefully nothing changes, Brian.
Sometimes it feels like it's just the littlest thing that wakes you up.
I could give it a Simon some flowers for that par, Brian. That approach, out of position.
Definitely.
Awesome. Macbeth, casual birdie. Barella should match that.
Fundamentals indeed. Now Ben Calloway.
Birdie putt.
Yeah, man. There you go.
Awesome making Callaway and having a great round. $14, Dickerson.
It's got to sit down. Just fine.
Untala. You saw the approach, now the birdie putt.
So undercommitted.
That was.
Feathers were completely still. Just got to let that one go quick.
McMahon. It is a birdie putt. McMahon climbing the hill and grabbing a birdie. Taylor. He was so out of position, Brian, off the tee. The confidence, like you mentioned, to even run that shot.
I got to think he was smiling after that shot. Those are just fun to throw.
I have never seen a better shot from that bad on the fairway.
Yeah, and it's not like you can just take something overstable and pan it out. It's a really specific line. Nicely done.
Let's jump back to Dickerson. His second going up the hill.
Jump big. Thank you. Congrats on your 4. You're so good.
Wow, tough crowd.
Robinson, a T of 8. Can he stay perfect? He hit the window, Brian.
Yep. Push it to the left side. You want him to get more flat. Still a chance.
Barella.
And the ceiling just seems to get lower and lower every single year.
Maybe with a cut swing.
Interesting.
Stayed kind of high on the hill.
I think he was going for that type of like hard flex to keep it lower and get underneath the ceiling instead of trying to go hyzer. It's pretty easy to hit that hill.
Macbeth, one off perfect pace through 7.
He didn't like it. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, a little low, a little right out of Paul.
Just takes a lot of momentum out of that second shot.
Simon. You like this one, Brian?
I like it better. It's still not up to the flat as much, but it's left. You can throw a little bit more normal of an anhyzer.
Taylor, T of 9. 472 going way downhill.
No. Get up. Stay up.
Needs to check.
Stay up.
I don't think that was a driver, Ian. 472, huh?
With his speed downhill, I think you're right.
That was really nice. Bullseye.
Dickerson. The card Raz was correct, Brian. Nice 4. Who was that, do you know?
You know, I didn't recognize the voice, but again, there's room for a little tough love.
Absolutely. Hey, Austin Turner having a day. I just noticed that. This 7. Oh, Lundqvist took a double on 6.
All right, so this is going to be super pinched off. This has to go so high and cut tight.
Right. Should be good.
It's got to hit something. Yikes.
How long? Is there a putt on the way back? Does he run that? Like,
Nobody knows.
There's a putt after he takes it in bounds. Just didn't quite turn it all the way, and that's the thing. You can't get something that's going to pan out quick. You're throwing it so high. And it's hard to get a flippy disc to start on Annie and still check up all the way.
Simon, can he find all the angles needed? It was moving in the right direction. Oh,
finished in the right direction.
A gem from Simon.
Hold on the left, please. Yeah, I like that.
Here's a Flight Factory replay of this Barella approach. It's about the only way you're going to see this one, Brian.
Yeah, it's just too overstable. Just couldn't quite finish.
That looks close enough.
Yeah.
I bet he gives it a go.
That's going to be a par look.
Yeah. Macbeth, his second, also pretty pinched on the angle. Brian, these shots are showing you how good that Luke Taylor shot was.
Yeah. Yep. And again, with how low the ceiling is getting off the tee, getting to a prime spot is not easy. It's one of the more tricky technical holes out here, despite not having a ton of trees in the fairway.
Robinson going putter?
Potentially mid.
Whatever it is, it's slow and effective. My goodness. He'll have that for an 8 for 8 start. Antala with a birdie putt. Ooh. That was a moment ago, and now the comebacker for par. Just a hair right, but it worked. It cost him.
Back-to-back holes with some poor commitment on the putt. Can't feel good. We were talking about it earlier in the FPO show with Kristen making those mistakes in the fairway shots. You make that same mistake a few times, it starts to work you a little bit. I don't care who you are.
McBeast in circle 2 for birdie.
Don't do that.
Well,
yeah,
a couple inches separates him from making that putt, and now, wow. Well, I know what we're going to flash back to.
I
Sarah
do too.
Hokum's watching this right here saying, that's nothing. Watch this. Not only does it hit the chains and spit out.
She's trying to shoot it down, trying to kick it down.
Strap in, folks. I couldn't believe this when it happened.
It's the slowest roller ever, too, Brian.
And it keeps thinking like, oh, maybe I'll sit down here. Nah, I don't like that. I'm going to keep going.
Anytime now. She had time to chase it down.
Look at
It's so
this, look at
slow.
this thing. We have multiple cameras now on this disc.
We had time to call in cameras from other carts.
Oh, my goodness.
Brutal.
Sarah, we love you. We're
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah. This would be the most Macbeth thing ever to make this putt, though, Brian.
It would have been, for sure.
Gosh, that was heavy chains, man.
But that stinks. I mean, you got the birdie back on 7 to get back on the horse, and now here we are.
Oh my!
Takes the bogey,
Off
just like
by
that.
An inch, man. At least that one had the good decency to settle. Can Barella grab a par, going down the hill after the OB second?
That's going to be a bogey for AB as well.
Yeah.
Isaac just continuing to look like the man in charge still.
Robinson. 8 for 8 start. That's so pretty.
Here we
Ryan.
go.
That is so pretty.
Got a few bonus birdies coming up. Let's see if he can capitalize on those going into the tougher stretch of the course.
Protege and master drop in bogeys. Taylor, Tia 10.
Heads up.
Too much hyzer on that. It's going to be a tough up and down for the birdie, but par's in play. 8 under par through 8. Best start so far. Steps up to 9, 470 downhill. Tough par 4 and 10. This is the gauntlet they're about to go through.
I'd say, is 9 the toughest of the front 9?
It's tough.
Let's see if Robinson can do it. Looks like a mid-range.
Yeah, it seems like the wind is favorable right now. I don't think they're going to have to worry too much about it. It seems calm.
Ryan.
Yep.
Gosh, it's a little short, but that was just gorgeous.
That's great.
Yeah.
High percentage play. You know, it's like a fairway could probably get to the bullseye faster, but how many times can he do that out of 10 compared to this mid that he's been throwing so well for a while?
Lazat.
I think it popped out a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. That's a disc.
It's that same disc.
Keeps
3, 5, now on 9.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to go in timeout after this round, that's for sure.
I think so. Macbeth. Coming off his first bogey of the day, back on 8. Would love to erase that here.
Safe.
Yeah. I wondered if we see this thing, Brian.
Of course.
A Barella with the putter.
I mean, that's as hard as that thing's going to fade. You know, I got to say, though, we watched Simon say this disc is officially broken. It's kind of heartbreaking when a disc that you know so well finally cracks into that territory of being a little bit too flippy. And then you're wondering whether or not you want to keep it in your bag or not, or find a replacement. Like, what's going to happen with that yellow disc? You know, it doesn't do what it does anymore for AB. Is it that easy to find a sub?
Brian, the card is playing pretty well. We've got a 5, we got a 4, we got a 2.
I mean, this is great.
But that's not an 8. Isaac Robinson. Let's check it out.
I mean, it feels like he clocked in hole 1 at Worlds, and he hasn't clocked out yet. This is a special start for him, and he got the birdies he needed to get. I mean, this is him throwing the backhand on 4 over the terrace. It's tough to fly the green when people are building things to keep you out. And then, again, throwing the backhand on holes where players are throwing a lot of forehands to the green. But he's playing the high percentage part of the green. Beautiful drive on 5.
His decision making is impeccable, Ryan.
Again, we talked about it this morning. When you limit the decisions you have to make, especially being a backhand-only player that only leans on maybe 4 molds, the game can get easy pretty quick.
I love that thought.
You get more reps with certain discs, you learn them quicker, you can trust them more. There's a reason most of the pros out here on tour don't have a million molds in their bag.
While Simon finds that, Gannon Burr on 18. Nice drive from Gannon to get here off the tee. Gannon sits at 6 right now. And a reminder, he's won every, 4-round Elite Plus event?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? When Simon won last year, he went 5, 4, 11, 10. 6 down, fine start. It's not going to put you the first place position, but still a chance to win.
You definitely like his chances with 4 laps, Brian. Taylor, his second on 10. You saw the drive a few moments ago. Lined up, but long. It's a pretty nice miss.
It generated a lot of speed on that shot. Nicely done.
AB putting for birdie on 9.
Yes. What a catch from the basket. We got to give a little pat on the back to it. And listen, I'm not saying in this Zuka replay that the putt was bad. It's just when you hit high on the weak side like that.
That's Justin Jefferson on the chains right there,
You
Brian.
just got to give it a little hug when you pull your putter out of the basket.
Robinson to keep it going. Yes.
9 for 9, Brian. You just blanked out the front.
Come on. Ridiculous.
So you wondered, though, at this point, he's going into the back 9.
Okay.
When is he going to start to feel it? Oh, I'm perfect. I birdied every hole so far. I want to go perfect. When do you start thinking about the result?
But that pressure's got to be less than Worlds, though, right?
But, of course, but it's a different pressure. It's
That's
a personal pressure.
That's true.
Thank you. Or not bad, I wouldn't say. You know? It's the only 9 holes I can birdie on this.
Kind of fun. On the card with him is the man who did shoot perfect out here, Paul McBeth.
And it's not like if he does it here, you can change the pars like they did with Paul. You can't go any lower.
No, they're as hard as you're going to make them. What'd Simon say?
Simon said he is really good. I agree.
Nice, Simon. Production telling me this is not jinxing Isaac, but we're going to show it anyway.
I mean, it feels a little too early to be talking about a perfect round, but talking about the psychology of one may be acceptable now.
That was in then out.
I mean, it wasn't smooth sailing for him this round. It's not like he threw the disc perfect. He putted from circle 2 immaculately.
Some vintage McBeth putting.
Yeah.
This is how he putt in every tournament in 2015, by the way.
I mean, the amount of people who have probably shown their friends and family who don't know about disc golf this video.
I love the Sports Center thing they did on it. It was a bunch of McBeth puns and stuff.
It was hilarious, and it was great coverage.
Robinson, a tough test on 10.
Got it again. He's looking at his phone walking to the tee pad at 10. Is he really looking at scores? What does he need to know? Oh, yeah, I haven't done anything other than birdie yet.
I think he got a text from the Gorillas.
Yeah, of course.
Antala. Putting for birdie. Ahead on the green of the same. Nice.
That's a great bounce back after the missed putt on 8, missed putt on 9. That's dead center.
Back to 10's tee, Barella.
That could check up just fine.
I think he beat that trunk on the right side.
Yeah, angle might be pinched off, but I don't think it's terrible.
Taylor on the green of the same, putting for birdie. Got away with the approach. The man likes circle 2, Brian.
loves that mid to shallow C2 range. That is automatic stepper.
Lazat. That is huge, Brian.
And what's crazy is that shot might maybe have given him a decent putt for birdie on the original par 3 placement.
Yeah, that par 3 was... Oh.
You're not seeing guys throw rollers off this tee anymore. It kind of makes me sad.
It was a heck of a roller to get down. Macbeth, oh no. Late release and trouble. Well, at least you can pitch to the corner from there.
Yeah.
But playing for par now.
Just not crisp.
No, that was offline by a good 5-10 degrees. Taylor, tee of 11.
Long forehand hyzer, has to flip a little bit. Yeah. You got to throw it a little bit lower, push it forward a bit more, but that's not bad.
Macbeth taking a peek out for his second. See how aggressive he gets.
That's okay.
Probably at the landing zone.
Close to it. Still going to be a long third shot.
Tee of 15, Dickerson.
This is a tough shot to gauge the distance on.
That was a moment ago. Now live with Dickerson on the fairway. In position, but it's a lot to ask for, Bri.
It's a tough second.
450? What do you got here?
It's close to 450, but you can't really see the pin. Yeah, he might have barely seen it and just crested the hill. Not bad.
Untala, tee of 11. Downhill, dogleg right.
Get down.
It listened. It got down.
That's one way to do it. Looking at the fairway of 10 from our Five Factory drone. Is it Robinson up next? Looks like it. Second coming up.
An uphill flex shot with a low ceiling.
Mediated the gap, Brian. Perfectly. Unreal, his accuracy. Long. He is on one, Brian.
I'm actually kind of speechless right now. It is a wonderful thing to see. I am just delighted. We've been watching some great golf all day long. Man.
Gosh, there's a world where that skips in, too.
Man. And this is one of the tough holes to get the birdie on, and he's got to look to do it.
Barella. Fortunate to be on the fairway. Tug this one a little right. What's he looking at over here, Brad?
It's much tighter flex.
Yeah, you weren't kidding.
That's not bad.
That's a great result for how it looked out of his hand.
Yeah, yeah. That's going to be close to 100 feet uphill.
Longquist to get off the course with a birdie and move to 9. This would tie Robinson for the lead.
This kid can play. I have been waiting all year to see him on a feature card. This is one of the few kids that's throwing over 80 miles an hour. He is an athlete.
Heaters, Brian.
Cannot wait.
Whoa. Not the biggest dude either. The best Calvin on the course right now.
Right now it is.
By 3 strokes over Mr. Heimberg there. Lurking in 9th, dangerously. 6 through 13. Macbeth His third. So he didn't even get to the landing zone, Brian, or was he just right of it?
He did something.
He got up there. He'll have a putt for par.
I wish I had one flip here. Should have got more glide, but it's up there somewhere.
You hear this chatter from Paul all day talking about shapes and discs that'll fly a different line for him. He's always fine-tuning and tweaking his bag way more than pretty much anybody else that I've played with.
This is a nice shot from Dickerson to get to circle 2 for a birdie look on 15 for a share of the lead. Breaking Brittany's heart with that one.
That was kind of a 50-50 ball there. I feel like in a different world that would have stuck.
Simon, this tee shot is unreal huge.
Yeah, and I actually lied. That would have been one of the few air shots that did have a circle 1 putt at the basket in the original position. That was big.
What basket is put on the next one? Short? I think long. Long? Oh, long, short, short, long.
Yeah, probably a little shorter.
Barella is third.
Job well done.
And it's a par salvaged. Macbeth for his par. A great effort and a tickle of the chains, but a bogey coming his way.
Following the tour all year long is just so interesting. I mean, one point of the year, it was like, okay, disc golf's over, AB's taking over. See you guys.
Yeah, that's right.
And then you start thinking, okay, Gannon's easily best player in the world. Now you got this guy who doesn't look like he can be stopped by anything. All players in this next generation, 10 down
through 10 holes. Isaac Robinson, your 2-time world champion, doing world champion things at D-Glow.
You just love seeing players come into their own, and we've seen multiple do exactly that this year.
Simon made short work of his birdie putt. He's going to get Simon to 5, which is still really solid. Man, it's actually second place on the card. As Macbeth will pick up a bogey. Look at all that blue.
He's barely playing any disc golf out there, Ian.
He's played the least amount of disc golf.
He has played the least amount
of anyone else through 10 holes.
John Madden would be proud.
It's the name of the game out here.
And now you wonder, the long walk to 11. What is he thinking now? I mean, I want to peer into his mind. What does his self-chatter sound like? Is it easy to keep it at bay? I just find that hard to believe.
Dickerson, tee of 16.
Ouch. Straight to the drop zone.
Dickerson 2 back. Looks like it'll be 3 as we head to break. Back in just a few.
We're tough.
Yeah.
And we love the outdoors, right? But poison ivy's nasty, even for tough guys like us. So we use Zanfel.
Zanfel works fast and washes away the itch.
Zanfel neutralizes toxins and washes them from your skin. In seconds, the itch is gone. Healing begins.
When you get poison ivy, get Zanfel. It works. Immediate relief, and we're right back to being tough, right?
Right.
Stop poison ivy, get Zanfel.
It works.
Jonathan.
Wow!
Jonathan! Skulle du visa?
Hi. Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why not?
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
T of 11. This is the toughest test Isaac has faced so far.
This is the long pin. It's got to keep cooking.
Does he get the Antilla kick out? Yes, he
Oh,
does.
he did. Circle 2, look for birdie.
Not bad at all.
It's a thick tree.
It
Just
is.
spitting them out.
It's hardy. Was that?
Backhand's a better shape, but forehand is easier to pull off. A little bit less technical. Yeah, that's what you're going to get most of the time with the forehand unless you flip it up a little bit. Ooh, springy.
He's an athlete. Barella.
That's what I kind of like about this shape. We talked about it this morning. It challenges the forehand and backhand so perfectly. Neither has a distinct advantage over the other. There's not really much room to flex the sidearm here to stretch the distance. Is he really going over everything?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
They know how to pick those future cards, don't they,
I
Brian?
just picked my jaw up off the floor. If you've seen or played this hole in person, that doesn't happen.
I've never seen that.
5-12.
Macbeth.
Oh, he's going for the same thing.
Yeah.
That's what you normally see.
Yeah. That's the...
When people try the forehand on the long pin. That was disgusting.
A ridiculous display of athleticism from Anthony Barella.
Yeah, I don't know. There's not much else to say here.
Oh, there
Wow.
it is. Oh, this is cool. Flight Factory replay. This is amazing.
I mean, it plays 5-12 downhill a little bit. I mean, it still plays every bit of 460.
Yeah.
Yikes.
That'd be a good one.
My rotator cuff is hurting just watching that.
Barella is special, Brian.
Has been for a long time, like
Yeah,
I said, on
yeah.
this course. The legends of Anthony as a little kid started pretty quick.
Earlier on the same, on to left for birdie. You saw his drive and the kick out of the tree.
Yeah, Nika. Great birdie, dude.
Taylor was forced to pitch out as this left for par.
Not going to happen there.
From the drop zone on 16, Dickerson for par. Simon has a long look at birdie.
I thought I made it.
Right over the handle.
Is that just short, Brian, was it?
Just short left.
Yeah.
It was enough for him to believe for a second.
That's Macbeth, I believe. Honest effort, but not to be.
Paul, a bit of a cold stretch here.
Robinson to stay perfect through 11.
Everybody felt that one. Just needed a hair more turn on that drive. That would have been circle one.
Barella for birdie and a stroke on the card.
I thought I was going to be over there in fall grass.
Just by listening to Simon's chatter, it sounds like he's having a great day watching disc golf too.
Simon he's a disc golf fan. He just loves throwing discs.
He's just a frisbee head, man. He's been just doing this since he was a little kid. You love seeing a pro this experience just still get such wonder from the game.
Just a little short left out of Isaac. Found the top of the cage. His first par of the day, and the rest have been birdies.
Well, I think there's probably quite a few fans that during the lightning delays maybe turned around and went home, and the ones that stayed are getting quite the treat. A little bit better angle of how far this was. This is maybe 55.
Yeah.
No dice. Well, dang.
That's still greatness, man.
I mean, with how hard this course is played, and over the years, stretching holes out that needed to get stretched out, changing pars to be more appropriate, less tweeners. This pace is just scorching. We've seen 10 downs before.
Yeah.
Interested to see how low he can actually go.
Yeah, interestingly, the front 10 are actually like the 10 easiest holes, or close to it.
Yep.
I think that maybe 12 was also on that list, but Untala, 13's tee.
Another tree in that middle that's just blocked discs more and more each year.
12, Barella. Loving his arm on this uphill shot.
Oh, man. That is a skinny, skinny hyzer he snuck through.
Riding the edge of the fairway into bullseye.
Wow. You got to get a little bit of flip. You have no room to swing it off to the right. You have to push it left the whole way. He plays about 450.
Robinson. Just a skosh inside, but pays the price.
I remember watching Silver Lot throw an absolute monster flex forehand up the hill to get the birdie. Not many people throwing that, though.
That Silver Lot forehand is
Oh, yeah.
exceptional. Simon. Simon 2 inside. Looked like a play for par from there.
And this is one of those holes where being Austin Turner, Chris Clemens is a pretty big advantage, a much more natural line to throw that turnover.
Macbeth.
Oh my God.
Just a foot too wide.
Good.
17, Dickerson.
Boom.
Oh.
Jeez.
Oh. That made him smile. It was so good. He doesn't react to much.
He broke character.
He did. 13, Taylor.
I would say this is the toughest green to access, and he just did that perfectly. What a shot. The backhand is how you're going to get there consistently. It's harder to pull off. But, man, he swung this so wide. It panned out at the bottom.
Just the perfect amount of turn.
Man. I remember in years past, Reed Friscura used to throw the big lefty hyzer over the tree line on the right, or on the left side.
Really?
Really, really tough par 3.
Robinson second after the early tree hit, and that should work for par. Paige and KJ were all talking about Austin Turner, maybe trying that.
I mean, it's there.
Yeah. Anta looking for the up and down on 13.
No.
He hated it. Still circle one, though.
Not terrible.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he's not satisfied with the execution.
On 12, Macbeth in the woods for his second.
Been kind of a common theme for Paul this season. He's close to being on the dot in the pocket, and he's just a hair off of it.
Simon has a long birdie bid, closer than I thought. Fortunate result to a miss.
Now AB, one of the few guys throwing a pure hyzer up there.
Grab a stroke on the card. There's some scary names in that top 5 in that bottom right, Brian.
Oh, yeah.
You see them?
Oh, yeah. We're going to continue to see these guys rise to the top. It's not a fluke to shoot hot rounds out here throughout the course of a weekend.
All 3 of those guys are on the same card, too. Antala for par. Covers up the approach nicely. Taylor for 2. Just 10% birdies from the field on 13 today.
Yes, sir.
Dickerson on 17 after a huge drive.
A little bit downhill run up, throwing up the hill. Ah, brutal.
Taylor. T of 14.
No way you just did that.
It's got to be OB, isn't it, Brian?
Yeah, that's leaking left. I mean, he can get up and down for a par. He bit off enough distance, but there's a lot of green space out there. He's going to be kicking himself.
It's a generous fairway.
Yeah.
13, Barella.
I'd rather be left side than right on this hole. A little bit higher ground. But you're definitely rolling the dice if you're off the fairway here.
Robinson. Trying to Luke Taylor this thing into the green. A little overcooked, though.
It's like when it starts charging down the hill on that turn, it has to start flattening and hit that dirt patch. Everything has to kind of come together so perfectly. That's why we don't see a lot of C1 hits here.
Lazat. Roller.
No. Oh.
If at first you don't succeed, Brian.
That is awesome.
Pick yourself up and try again. Wow. What a shot. What a shot from Simon Lazat.
It just hits at the right angle. It just keeps spinning.
So that's the fairway's edge, right? That blue whisker?
Yeah.
So he's circle one.
Oh, this is
close to it.
This is a birdie putt. This is a good birdie putt.
Awesome. Macbeth. That's a miss. All right.
Dude, I hit the freaking one tree.
Antela throwing his second on 14, and our chase card has been, or second feature card, excuse me, has been worn for time. So I just know that has happened. Sometimes that can affect things.
It gets tense when the whole card's under the clock. You're expected to call your card mates. It's not like the marshal's going to step in right away. You still have to make that call. But it definitely makes things a bit more tense. Feels so calm out there. I have some really fond memories playing some sunset practice rounds out here at Kensington Metro Park. It's just a really wonderful place to be in the summertime.
Taylor, after finding the OB on 14, throwing his third up the hill.
He did not.
Bullseye's edge for the par save. Long look at birdie back on 13 for Robinson. What the doctor ordered there for Isaac.
A little bit of a lull, if you want to call it that. Three pars in a row for Isaac.
But we're in that kind of tough stretch, though.
Yeah, exactly. And frankly, if you look at the scoring spreads, pars are not terrible on these holes.
Barella off the fairway left, trying to carve a way through. That's a par scrambled up for AB. Simon walking to a birdie putt after the awesome roller.
Yes. Drills it.
That was hearted by Simon Lizotte. Moves to 6. After all that, he's just 4 back of Isaac.
It's just chugging along.
Yeah. Macbeth for birdie. Off by inches. Heavy chains on the right, and it just dribbled out. So Simon will grab a stroke on the card. And they're on their way over to 14's tee. Well, they make that walk. We're going to let our sponsors talk. We'll be right back.
Discraft built for flight. Built for flight.
We have caught up with the great Ricky Wysocki, Brian, who's in trouble on 15. Short left of the pin is where we are, but close, right?
I mean, anytime you're here, it's not good, especially on 15.
Yeah, that out's good enough. Untala, long look at birdie on 14. Nothing doing there. Lays up for par. Back to the tee of the same for Lizotte.
Spectators, please hold.
Oh, yeah. Like we were saying, lots of green space to land the shot here.
Heimberg has a pretty look on 15. This is such a good get. Not to be as a tough look. Back to 14's tee, Varela. Oh, that's cooked, Bri. That's stroke and distance too.
That's a rough mistake.
Yeah.
It looks like he's slipping. He's frustrated about his footing. Some of these tee pads have a lot of really fine dirt around them.
Yeah, we saw it this morning, right, with Paige on 13's tee. Wysocki for par. Drills it home.
7's just fine. He racks up one more birdie, 16, 17, 18. 8 down is totally fine.
14 again. Robinson this time. Are we in the middle of the fairway, Brian? Of course we are.
He's bombing the disc.
Yeah, man. Full flight specialist, man. Every time. Macbeth.
I mean, opening tee shot, you just have to put it out there with some distance. The second shot is where things get tough and the depth perception gets challenged.
And we are officially golden hour out here at the toboggan. Nate, you enjoying the scenery out here at the toboggan? It's looking beautiful here in the booth.
Yeah, the sun went down over the tree line about 30 minutes ago, and it's cooled off probably 15 degrees since then. And standing behind the tee here on 16, it's a great spot. The crowd's starting to figure that out.
Thank you, Nate. Perk is with Calvin and Ricky right now.
What are they doing? Tee off. Yes.
Looks like they're waiting for the chase card, or the second feature, that is the tee. 15.
Hey, if any of you guys know where AB's disc is, go help him grab it real fast. If you do, you're fine. Just stay on the left side there.
Heinold helping with speed of play right there. Always appreciate that. 16, Heimberg.
Oh, yeah.
35-footer.
A little bit short.
Wysocki. Oh, yeah. Dickerson on 18.
Oh, no. Just a tragic ending, sliding it just outside of the out of bounds.
We'll let you know what that score is for Chris once it gets into the clubhouse. On 15, Antala.
Want to push into this mouth as much as you possibly can. Not bad. Yeah, that's going to be decent.
Taylor on the same. Looks early.
Yeah. It's got to keep pushing. No.
Search party for the Barella disc.
Got the spectators involved and everything. Must be nice.
Let's get a little Fight Factory replay. We can figure out where it is. So that's red. It's not that one.
Do the right thing. Call the number.
I remember when Terry went into the woods one year. He came out with like 3 or 4 discs when he was looking for pages.
He's a magic man. Everything he touches is gold.
Barella throwing 3. Oh, no.
I mean, he's throwing from almost the same spot.
That went straight OB. Maybe 30, 40.
Wow.
Where's the OB go up there? Okay. Good timing. Thanks.
I think that was the disc he wanted to throw.
Oh.
At least they got it. Yikes.
So now he's just trying to scramble up a double, man.
For a guy like AB, 2 out of bounds on this hole is unacceptable. I mean, he knows that. He's going to be kicking himself, tapping out an 18.
And 14 play is tough, to be fair, but it's just tough to birdie.
A lot of pars.
Ton of pars.
A lot of pars.
71% par and just 17% bogey or worse.
A lot of times you're throwing a second shot that you think is the shot, and you gauge how tight you actually have to cut it, and you're 50 feet away.
It's a great recovery shot for what it was. But that's going to Likely double coming up for AB.
That definitely cracked him. You can see it.
Yeah, he just got cooking too, Bri.
Yeah.
Heimberg for birdie on 16. Macbeth his second on 14 up the hill. And to close the loop on Wysocki, he was under the bucket and dropped in a birdie on 16. Macbeth in circle 2 for his on 14. Robinson. Just a little more air, a little more push.
I like the idea to just go straight at it.
I
don't think a lot of guys are thinking that.
Takes that OB right out of play.
Yeah. It also shows a lot of trust in your equipment as well, making sure you're throwing that far uphill. Can you keep it straight that long?
Simon, his second. Is that going to go anywhere?
It's a little bit of a drop off, but it's not terrible. He's fine. That's a great shot.
Ooh, do you see the elbow grimace there for
Ooh,
Simon?
Didn't like that.
No. Well, but just a little, maybe an elbow stinger.
I'm hoping he tweaked it, but
kind of goes away, hopefully.
yeah. I mean, it happens too when you have slick ground and you're trying to throw hard with a lot of power. Sometimes it just, you plant wrong and your arm gets tweaked because of it. So we'll see. Let's take a look. Looked pretty normal to me.
He didn't grimace like immediately after, which is, seems like a good sign. And interesting. 15, Taylor throwing 2.
Be good. So good. Be good.
Who is this guy?
He's the next guy, apparently. Next guy up.
I mean, he's one of them.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
I don't know if we can handle anymore.
Robinson to get back on the birdie train.
Yes!
Oh, huge make. That was a monster. Let's roll back a Zuka replay. Closer to the fairway than circle 1. Robinson at 11 down.
Yikes.
My goodness.
Seeing some high-level play out here today across the board.
Macbeth to match that birdie.
You put it left and you miss it left. You know where I'm at? Come on, man.
Barella for double bogey.
That's that big number that just sends you down the leaderboard. Tough.
Simon went just a little long left, coming back for birdie. Make a short work of that. This is a better first round than he had last year when he won.
Yeah. I mean, he kind of watched the pace get set by Isaac on this card.
Yeah. That disappointing par to the chain out. 17, Wysocki.
Gonna hit that guy right in the back.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Moving target. Perfect.
Antela, 15. Second. Is there enough late turn on this thing? I don't think so.
No, and yeah, there's no look from back there.
That's where we saw Wysocki about 10 minutes ago. Heimberg on 17. I love watching the spotters turn, Brian.
Yeah, that is way up there.
Taylor, birdie putt on 15. What a second that was to get here. Okay.
3 in 1 round.
Needed to be 5 feet shorter. She had that circle 2 look, Brian.
I know.
Lazat on 15. Play. In person, I could not believe how huge this tee shot was, Brian.
It is very, very big. And you have to get enough height on it to where it tracks left and actually pushes down that fairway. Otherwise, you have no look at the basket.
Robinson. Awesome. Awesome stuff from Robinson.
Just out driving guys in his card left and right.
And on the line of the short tee pad, too.
Yeah.
You see that? Macbeth.
This looks good. Yeah. Yep.
And now Barella. See how he bounces back off the double. An enormous tee shot from AB into the heavens. To the short tee pad.
He needed a good anger smash there, Ian.
He did, Brian. I like that take. Let's check out Brian's keys for closing. Brought to you by our friends over at blackinkdisc.com. It's the premium disc golf store.
I mean, 16 is a non-negotiable. The island's bigger. You got to stick the island. Don't get yourself a bogey going into the last 2 holes. 17, just got to stay out of the rough on the right side. That stuff is in play, and it's brutal. There's a ton of undergrowth. Not really much scramble opportunity. And then 18, if you look at the scoring spreads from years past and this year, you don't need a birdie on 18. That's not going to win you the tournament. But taking an early OB stroke and taking a 5 or 6 on this a couple times, that could take you out of it.
$16, Taylor.
No way.
Inbounds. Antela on the same.
It's just got to get underneath that tree. It does not. Circle 2 now.
Ugh. Back to 15, Macbeth. We'll need to slalom this up the fairway. Give me a distance, Brian.
I mean, the short tee, I believe, is around 450 to my knowledge. Maybe a little bit less. He's right by it.
Flip it over.
Yeah, pop the nose up on that one.
Yeah, that's might be even worse than what Rick was looking at. That moved quite a bit left.
He's rattled. Hear that chatter all day.
Simon next with the second shots.
Good. Come on. Get it. Come on.
That's a shot you root for, Ian.
Man, Simon is a wizard.
Hard turn out of the hand. That was just pretty.
Robinson lined up beautifully for his second. Using some body English to bend this one over nicely. Oh, even better.
It seems like he has his bag so dialed in right now. He's so fine-tuned with the shapes he's throwing. And he does it with power. He does it with finesse.
Seems like he got a little remote controller, you know?
It's special to find discs like that in your bag.
Yeah. Perella.
Oh.
Just a little too much hyzer out of the hand. That will cost him a birdie look. Taylor, long birdie look on 16. I bet he's laying this up even. Well, he was running that, wasn't he?
A little bit half and half. Stress-free par.
Back to 17 for Wysocki in his third after the OBT shot. Punished, stroke in, a bit of distance.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh my gosh!
No way, dude. Wow. Not quite to the green, but still a
You are
monster.
good, man.
I like the I'm fine from the ground. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I'm sure Fern had a mini heart attack watching him go down. Is that an ACL? No, it's just a 530-foot shot.
And he should get up and down for, what, a 5 from there?
Yeah.
Making their way down 15's fairway if we look back up it from our Flight Factory drone. And now on 16 with Antala. Birdie putt. Late tree, or this would have been parked.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Gotta at least hit metal.
The old air nugget, as Champ likes to call him, Brian.
Just doesn't.
At the worst time possible.
I know. Wasn't even that long of a putt. Didn't feel like he was straining to throw that.
We are looking at Macbeth off fairway, short and left for his third. Tomahawk coming.
Thank you.
When you're playing like this, you throw a shot like that, you hear a bunch of people say, hey, nice shot, nicely done, and inside you're like, thanks, but I really just don't want to be back here.
Barella trying to get comfortable. He might have a look in there, Brian. Got a little cabbage on the way out, but at least it's right there for a drop-in par. Robinson for a dozen under. Simon to match that birdie and move to 8.
Simon having kind of a sneaky good round. I mean, yeah, Isaac's at 12, but normally this is the pace you see players get to. And then you get at least one hole, 16, 17, 18.
Yeah, Simon now tied with Rick at 8, and we know Rick's going to bogey on 17.
I think a lot of these guys are used to playing this course with a lot more wind as well, so they're taking advantage of the conditions right now.
Your feature card is headed over to hole 16. This is our one-shot energy hole. Head over to OneShotEnergy.com and use coupon code DGPT for 25% off your order.
Well, there was one shot that changed the way this hole was designed. Simon Lizotte last year, just wanting the par, he threw it as high as he could and crossed OB just behind the basket, took his drop-in par. No longer. If you go out of bounds, you miss the island, you're going straight to the drop zone no matter what, and that drop zone is right around a zone that layup is almost inevitable for you. So 396, third hardest hole in the course. It's a very specific line. You got to throw something hard. You got to throw something that flips up, pushes forward. You got some nice reference point trees depending on the line that you're trying to throw. It's a fun shot.
Let's flash back to Simon breaking the hole and making a rule.
I was standing there, and he needed to just get a par. That's all he needed on this hole. I was standing there with my microphone. I was so confused. I thought, is he playing for the fans right now? Is he throwing a spike hyzer on purpose? And at first, I'm thinking, this is a terrible shot. But then you realize, oh my goodness, that is exceptionally high IQ. And he's doing what he's known for. He's breaking the hole in half. Stress-free par.
It's got to be a sense of pride having a rule made just for you.
I mean, of course. Of course. That's how things evolve.
Heimberg, his second on 17. You saw the drive. It was a monster. In the circle goes Calvin. A look at birdie coming up. That'll get to 8 if it drops. Back to 16's tee, Simon. Needs to get lucky, Brian.
Oh, no. That's not it. That is not it. It just seems like a lot of players are making that same mistake, just not getting it up to flat.
I think everyone's kind of afraid of that right tree. If you hit that right tree, you're not going to make it bounce. That middle tree seems to trickle through. Robinson.
That's got a roll bounce left.
Yeah.
There's the first real mistake.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bogey more than likely.
Macbeth. Oh, and the rare shot that doesn't get through. Oh. Barella.
This disc has no problem getting to flat. Sure. Sure.
That's one way to do it. Wysocki for par. He's made crazier putts, that's for sure. Let's go back to the tee of the same for Klein. One of your awesome Michigan disc golfers. Sitting at 7 down right now.
Surprised we haven't seen more players go for this wide hyzer. It's so much safer. It's tougher to get the distance. Your chances of birdie are not that great, but you don't really need one on this hole.
Heimberg, he wouldn't mind a birdie though, after 2 great shots. This is for a share of third with Lizotte.
Nice go, good birdie.
Clean card for Calvin.
We're going to get yet another fantastic lead card going into round 2. This seems to always happen out here.
Simon from the drop zone for par.
You can see him give this a soft run.
That's Heinold's revenge right there on 16, huh?
I guess.
Robinson to save par. Keep it clean.
Oh, no.
Brian, does the math check out here?
I mean, I was trying to explain the hole to him. I said layup is pretty inevitable from there.
Yeah,
but
you did say that. Macbeth, is he going to... At least he caught Shane's.
Awful spread on this hole.
Not great. This is Barella to grab. 1 stroke on Macbeth and 3 on Isaac and Simon. Right?
Wow. Oh.
No way. No way. Did it go a B? It looked like it did.
I think it slid. I mean, we'll see if it's on the line or not, but are you kidding me?
Oh, it's another air nugget too, man. Oh.
What is happening?
Oh, it's contagious, Brian. Robinson. That was a 5.
3 putts, air ball, out of bounds.
And AB goes from
What?
grabbing a host of strokes to giving them right back. Simon, an unforced air double. Oh, man, what a shakeup we just had at the top.
My brain hurts, Ian.
Yeah, that hurt to watch, didn't it?
You just don't see that too often.
And the par. Grabs a stroke plus on the card. From nowhere. Klein, his second on 17.
Yeah, Kyle always seems to play this hole like that. Backdoor hyzer, backdoor hyzer.
On 18, Heimberg.
Backhand's got to challenge the ceiling.
That moved right beautifully. Taylor back on 17's tee. His swing is so casual, Brian.
It is casual.
And it's just a monster.
Yeah.
18 again, now Wysocki coming off the bogey on 17. He got on the fairway after 1. That's the score update right now. We'll let you know if that does change for Rick.
Just like that, we have a ball game.
Yeah, we do.
Excited to see what Calvin Longquist does out there tomorrow. Big gallery following.
Yeah.
Next generation's here.
That last spot on the lead card, kind of still in the balance there. Wysocki, his second. Guessing circle 2. Oh. Might be closer than that.
That was closer than that. It was
Yeah.
my shot. Had to throw it a couple inches off the ground to actually fly the right line.
Heimberg on the same, also throwing 2.
Yeah.
Back to 17 for Klein's birdie bid. Never got it on target. take a look here at our birdie zone on 17, provided by our friends over at Boda Brothers. Head over to bodabrothers.com, grab your copy of the best-selling disc golf board game in the world. It's a very fun play, I promise. Brian?
I mean, unlike the FPO hole, that's a par 5. This birdie zone actually matters. If you want the birdie, you can't chip your way down this fairway and get a tactical 4 and move on. You have to throw that 500-foot range downhill to give yourself a comfortable look. We saw Kyle Klein go with the backdoor hyzer over the road. That's possible. You then run the risk of landing in the rough on the right side, which gives you no look at a birdie. So this is a tough hole, but you have to know your distance drivers really well.
On the green, Klein putting for par. This course kind of piles on, Brian. You know, it starts pretty nice, and then it just keeps getting a little harder, a little harder, a little harder, and it seems to be just kind of piling on these.
And you can get really tense if you're not playing well. You play a couple holes that take some energy out of you.
McMahon up the hill on 17. Huge.
That was massive. No surprises there.
Callaway now.
Second to check up. Yeah, that's good enough. Pin high.
18, Heimberg. He got off the course with a birdie and moved to 9. This will be a share of second with the other Calvin. Longquist was the better Calvin today, Brian, just barely.
Good for him.
Yeah.
What a day.
Taylor on 17 throwing his second up the hill.
Nope, you can't. Yeah, it is. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. Oh, it is. Oh, it is.
That's one of those great disc golf moments. Your card's like, calm down, man.
It turns out
really good.
Luke Taylor's a high expectation guy, it turns out.
I mean, to get to this point, you kind of have to be falling out of his shoes.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. Oh, it is. Oh, it is.
That was a great conversation.
Good talk, guys.
Good talk.
Yeah, to throw a turnover when your slope is all the way down to the left, that's so hard to do.
Antala throwing his third after an OB drive.
Go in.
Oh, yeah, seriously, go in. Oh, man.
Lands it on a dime. Circle one putt for birdie there.
It's a nice par scrambled up for Nicholas. Flying above the tee now with your last feature card. Paul has the tee after the par on 16. And our cameras are doing a great job of making it look a lot brighter than it is out there, Brian.
Yeah, I think sunset officially is 8 p.m. as we watch Paul throw his tee shot. Nate, how dark is it actually out there?
It's not to the point yet where you start having, you know, depth perception issues. It's actually really pleasant lighting currently, but it starts to degrade pretty quick. So I feel like they have plenty of time. But I spoke to Nate Heinold earlier. He was really worried that this lead card was going to have to show up at 7 to finish this round, but I do not think that is the case.
That's good news there. Perk, not good news is that AB drive on 17.
He was trying to be safe on that drive, too. Just cut it too tight.
Almost feel like a safer play for him is just blast it, Bri. You know?
Yes, but then you run the risk of going too far. You're in the rough, and there's no chance to get a birdie. I mean, I like the hyzer.
Like this from Simon. That's what I want to see out of AB.
Come back.
Let's see if it checks up.
Come back.
Okay, so now we see why you don't throw that.
It's just a tough shot. It's good enough, that's for sure.
Yeah. Robinson.
Great golf shot. Some pretty nice flat ground over there, and that's the tough part about this second shot is if you land left, you have all those little spines going up and down, all these hills.
On the green, Taylor for birdie. That's a share of fourth for Luke Taylor, tying Wysocki and Gossage. Closing the loop on Wysocki. He was pretty far from the pin on 18, laid up for par. McMahon for birdie.
Got it. 5 down.
He's in it.
Totally in it.
Klein, his second. We'll have that left for birdie. It's like fairway. Wow, that is way back there.
That pin's tough.
It is tucked. Is this like fog developing down here? Is that a Midwest thing, right?
Yeah, it's a little humid in the air. Might be seeing some fireflies around here.
Oh, wow. There's fog on the West Coast that comes out of the ocean, man.
It's interesting. I went on tour in 2018 for the first time and met people from the West Coast that had never seen fireflies before. I had no idea it was just a well, it may be just a Midwest thing, at least in my parts, but yeah, no idea.
Yeah, totally. People on the West Coast don't get to see fireflies. They don't exist out there. Yeah, it's wild. I remember my first time, man.
It's a fundamental part of my childhood.
That's cool. Barilla throwing 3 after his OB drive. So bad, he says. Looks really wide.
Came back. I mean, that's not bad, but hopefully there's a spotter back there again with how dark it is. You throw it into the rough here, you might not get your disc back.
Yeah. And we just got word from Heinold that they do intend on finishing. So good news there. Just a hole and a half left. Shouldn't be a problem. Robinson, his second up the hill on 17.
Oh, that was close.
Almost hit the spotter.
Yeah. Not sure he's going to have anything from back there. It'll be a pretty obstructed putt.
One more look at the Robinson approach. It was close to working, Brian.
I mean, it was just a roll of the dice. If you're going with that backdoor hyzer, you're just hoping you sneak through these thin branches here, and just didn't do it this time. If you wanted to play the high percentage play, you go with a little bit trickier turnover.
Macbeth, lovely drive. And a pretty good looking second as well.
Yeah, that's a luxury to have that shot.
Getting a look at the entirety of 17 as Taylor takes a tee of 18. In business. All Our operators are doing their best to track these discs. It's easy. It's not easy in the daytime, Brian.
It's way darker where they're at right
Yeah.
here. It's hard to track the disc at all.
Yeah, the gain is cranked on these cameras, making it look lighter than it really is. Lazat made the mistake you were talking about.
Yeah. Still doable.
Rolling?
I didn't like it.
Yeah, I just need to be a little higher, give it time to pan out.
Tough shot.
Yeah. Long par look for Klein. So Klein getting off the course with back-to-back bogeys after a great day. Taylor on 18 approaching. Ooh, that's circle one, Brian.
That's a solid couple of flicks there from Luke Taylor.
I bet he wouldn't have minded 5 feet shorter, though. Get that circle two look.
Looking at Isaac's score right now, would you have thought he would still be 10 down through 16 holes?
It seems surprising, but honestly, that's the way the course is laid out.
Yeah, the back is way tougher, but man, now we got a tight race yet again.
Yeah, he kind of did to himself on 16, giving one back there. He didn't need to.
It's a much tougher line than it looks on camera, and that's why we saw those guys screw it up. That was a really bizarre one, though, that we watched.
Robinson, nothing doing for the birdie bid, just laid up for par, just outside bullseye. Barella for his par, circle two. Simon for birdie. Right on the edge of circle one.
Sit. It did, yeah.
And Macbeth for a stroke on the card and a birdie. That's 4. That's not bad. Robinson will stick at 10. That's where the lead is. McMahon throwing 2 on 18. OB McMahon swings it wide. You almost need to miss that. Try to miss it OB right, you know?
It feels like you kind of have to saw it off, but this tee shot on 18 is really specific, especially with the OB kind of cutting up towards the right. Backhand gets you more distance, way tougher to stick the green, stick the fairway. But the forehand gets you up there, but then you have the uphill footing. It's so much tougher to actually attack the green, attack the pin. You want to push far left. That's the dream here. Yeah, pretty devious change. It's averaged over par pretty much its entire existence for FPO and MPO.
Hardest hole in the course, huh?
Rightfully so.
Yeah, just what, 15% birdies from the field today?
I mean, that makes sense. And after hiking 4.5 miles, like Perkins said, playing this course, you got to throw one last blast of an uphill tee shot.
Macbeth up first after the birdie on 17. That was got away with that one.
Yep. Par sounds nice from right there.
Yeah.
We'll see if he goes for anything. When you're on that upslope, it's more of a low flex.
Simon.
Oh yeah, it's that. That's perfect. That's what you want right there.
Yeah, depending on the Taylor putt, a birdie would put Simon on the lead card. Robinson.
We used to have them go right.
On 18's green, McMahon for par.
He's going to finish the bogey. Frustrating opening round there for Eagle McMahon.
Lorella. Fairway safe for AB and now on the green. This is for league card tomorrow, guaranteed. A par, and he's still got a chance with a Simon par.
Four in one frickin' round, dude.
That was a moment ago. And now live with Taylor for par. A little nervy after missing that first one, Brian. Good putt. Now it looks like, oh, Gossage, excuse me, has a lower PDGA number, although Simon can pass him. He's in that 8,000 crew if he gets to 7 under. Pardon me there. Robinson, his second on 18. Caught a little something up high. Awesome shot there of Kensington Metro Park. It's huge too, Brian. Simon throwing 2.
There it is. 20-footer for birdie. Really, really solid day out there for Simon. Nothing spectacular, just solid play across the board.
AB doesn't like it. Is it wide? Sure is. Oof. Fun fact about Simon's putt, it's for league card or third card.
Shows how tight it is up towards the top.
Yep.
Long day for these guys.
Had that extra little hour delay in there. Hour and a half or so.
I mean, I guess depending on how you look at it, it could be a nice break.
Didn't really affect Isaac.
No. No.
Not immediately anyway. Macbeth. That was his third. He'll have that left for par. Paul's going to get off the course with a 4. Not out of it. He's going to need to do some great work these last 3 days. That was Barella's 4th. Robinson's 3rd. A rare sidearm.
It is so interesting to me that even with the start from Isaac Robinson, he's still not going to beat Simon's 11 under that he shot last year.
No, you're right, huh?
Just shows you kind of the ceiling of this course and how hard it is to really beat this place. 10 under is a phenomenal score, but shooting that 12, 13, 14 would just be spectacular, especially after all the changes to the course, the pars being changed.
He was at 12.
Yeah. Yep.
Through 15. Simon for that final league card spot tomorrow and a share of 4th. I love that for us, Brian. I don't know about you.
What a lead card this is going to be. I mean, Simon with Calvin Longquist, Calvin Heimberg, Isaac.
And to get off the course with the only double-digit round, Robinson drops
Wow.
on par.
What a day.
10 under on the front, 10 even on the back 8.
It's a nasty birdie in the dark. Yeah. At least you're helping.
What a day for Robinson. What it could have been, Bri.
He has not been in the lead for 6 rounds of professional disc golf now.
You're right. You went wire to wire.
He's still on the wire.
Yeah, he's still riding it. Awesome shot of Kensington Metro Park and our sunset that's gone now. Barely made it through, but we got it, Brad. And welcome into the booth again. Give me your biggest takeaway on the day, Brad.
I think I kind of said it towards the end when the guys were tapping out, but it's interesting to see the cap on this course, 10 under. That's a great round, but we thought we were about to see something historic, but this back 9 is so challenging. Even when you start on hole 9, 470, par 3, you go through this gauntlet of holes that take a very specific shot to get yourself a birdie look. And we didn't see players capitalize today. We'll see what the conditions look like over the course of the weekend. Tomorrow, weather does not look good. We'll just have to see how it shakes up.
Should be a spicy Friday. We're going to send it off for one more quick break. On the other side, you got the OTB After Show. We'll see you there.